Good morning, good morning. How's everyone doing? You guys have a good weekend? Enjoy your time off? It was nice not being on the computer, man. Very happy with that. Nice to get away. This new update is terrible. What is going on TradingView? Every time I left click now, this comes up. Ugh, it's terrible. Yeah, that's really bad. Say go to left-hand corner with the indicators. How left-hand corner. Okay. Which one? You mean like the up here? What am I looking for? Settings? Go to the cursor icon in the top left. Oh, this? Hell yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's terrible. What a bad implementation. Alright. It's weird that they put that on by default. Alright. Thanks, you know. Yeah, my weekend was great. Except my dog now has like PTSD, which sucks. I can't use the facility that was inside my apartment anymore. She's terrified of it. Like where before the pooping area, to be blunt, that they have in the building. There were these guys that were on the 4th of July. That there's like this parking lot directly behind it that's at the same level. This is on the 5th floor. There's like this outside area where you can take your dog if you don't want to go on like a walk with them. It was like 2 or 3 in the morning on 4th of July, and I went out there, and they were blowing off fireworks basically directly at eye level, maybe like 15 feet away, and I didn't know that they were out there. And so I was walking out, and these like gigantic fireworks just blew up right in front of us. And my dog lost her mind, like so scared. She's 90% deaf, so fireworks usually don't bother her, but these were like professional grade fireworks that blew up directly in front of her face, and like the sparks and everything like flew onto us. It was shit. She's now like cannot go out there anymore, so that sucks, because now that means that I have to like take her down outside downtown to use the bathroom at night, because she's just like every time she goes out there, it's like tails in between her legs, ears are back and like up. Like she's so stressed. So hopefully that goes away at some point, but that really blows. Really, really blows. Poor thing. All right. Coming into this liquidity pocket, I'm just waiting to see what happens here. This is like either going to be the bottom if we're going to be in a balanced day today, or this is the start of a pretty clear downtrend. So I'm just waiting to see which one it's going to be. Um, yeah. We've got a pretty clear seller sitting at 890 to 900. So let's see if the offer sticks here, or if we can rotate back over it and then just balance and then rotate back up. Should be obvious from our interaction there. You guys can hear me, right? Yeah.
So Russian data shows that crude output stayed below the OPEC Plus target in June.
We have 40 seconds till new 15s. Again, the offer is sitting here into this 890 to like 903. Just watching to see if we get, if sellers eat this guy up, or if we can get over this and then start to rotate back up to our 30-second opening range at 940. I don't have a clear answer for you yet. This is where we'll find out if the seller is real or not. I think that if you were trying to look for a short, this look into 900s with the stop at like 907 might be viable. Right? Like we're basically just watching if our ETH high will hold as we push into 900. So something like this potentially. I'm just gonna wait, but this is what I'm gonna be watching. I think something like this. Just want to see if we're gonna find support above ETH low again for longs, or if this will hold as a resistance. We can see it on our POC as well from previous candle, what we're watching for. It's like, can we build above this, or is this going to hold offer on this open of this new candle and then rotate down? Let's give it a sec. This is our RTY ETH low test as well. Yes, ETH low test. So lots. It should be pretty clear. Let's give it a second. I'll be more bullish once we flip over this 916 and then show support above that. But until then, I'm going to be watching to see if we absorb here. Looking to see if we can get one of these. Or if we get one of these. Bullish above this area. I'm looking for a look down and then a reoffer for a lower high below this area for our entry for shorts. Sorry, I drew that poorly. Something like this, where this would be our entry. And then for our long, we're going to be looking at something like this with our stop below ETH low and then a rotation up for a full balance play. So let's see what happens. Again, we want to look over 16s and a bid. Once we see that and that goes supportive, then we can play with ETH low as our support for any dip. If this is going to hold offer, then we look for a dip down and then a lower high to play around so that we can then play off of the whatever was this resistance. There's no reason we need to be in from the absolute low. We're just watching to see what the reaction here is because this is either, again, going to be a very clear bottom of our balance rotation if we're just going to be rotating back up to 40s, or this is going to be the start of a very clear trend down, in my opinion. So just give it a second to play. No need to rush into a trade here. But I like that if Russell and ES also reject ETH low, same with NQ, that we've got something good going on. So this is our look below. I'd like to see a better reoffer here as we push down. We're going to get this. And then we play around ETH low as our just our stop right above ETH low for a lower high. Offer is sitting at 903.50, 903.25. Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to be looking for our lower high here. Got our small bounce like we have on pathing. Now let's see what they do. Mm-mm. We want to get below 890, I think, for confirmation. We're above 16s in bid. Mm-mm. It's two-sided trading so far. Which potentially get stopped here. Okay, so far. Need to get below this 90. That bid's getting absorbed there. Or sorry, the offer's getting absorbed there. Hmm. Okay, make a decision, please. Russell's hurting us really badly here at this recovery of value low. I was off Twitter all weekend. I haven't looked at the Axis stuff at all. It's really that bad. Dude, this sucks. What is going on? Get me out of here. I was hoping for a much stronger reaction. I don't like how much we're holding here. In situations like this, it's almost better to like cut size down in half or just exit trade because we're stalling so much. and then reevaluate once we get speed again.
Trump's trade advisor Navarro says that Powell's rate hold is inflicting serious damage.
Nothing is invalidated. The problem is like we're just not seeing sellers being able to push below 90s, which is a really big issue because they're still being absorbed there. The thing that I'm liking is the very clear lower high that we've put in. But the issue is that we could get stopped on this trade because the dynamic has shifted a bit, where our 900 entry is kind of in the middle now compared to where it was before, which I'm not a huge fan of. The potential to get stopped here is pretty high, and without even us being wrong. Yeah, I'm stopped. All right, I'm going to reevaluate. I don't know if we're wrong. That's the thing. I think we'll see. This Russell bottom is really hurting us. $50 till new 15s. Until we get over this 20, though, like I'm not looking for anything bullish whatsoever. $25. As soon as we start to stall out like that, with how small my my window for this to play, like it's one of those things where you have to. Speed is part of what we were looking for, and the lack of direction there. It's like, okay, well, now it's either I've got to widen my stop or I need to be willing to exit and wait for what I wanted to see actually happen, right? We can't just...
Trump's trade advisor Navarro says that Powell is causing lost revenue and higher interest payments. Seeing now the Fed bid for 3-month bills totaling $4.7 billion.
Let's see what they do.
6-month bills at $4.2 billion.
We can pop over this and show any interest, then I think then we'll have a balance low, and then we're just looking for a reversion back up to VWAP at 40s. So far, looking like a right-sided V. But what I want to see is us get over this value edge here. Do we see this? See if they can do it.
And Trump's trade advisor Navarro adds that Americans are feeling acute financial pain. Navarro calls for the Fed board to intervene against Powell's stance.
I'm flat, just waiting. I don't think there's anything wrong with attempting a short again if you're playing off of this as your risk, looking for a lower high here off of this 908, 910 with the stopping at 918. But your risk is then to 890 as your first target, right? This is just balance here. I would much rather play the long on the look above 18s and then the continuation up, or a continuation trade or a push once we get below 890s with speed. But this is where I fucked up on our entry here on this last trade, is that this look below and then the reoffer here is a much better trade playing off of this high. So let's see what they do. Just waiting. Because we want to see if this high can hold, and then we make a lower high here below ETH low. So like that's actually your risk, where you're risking 8 points basically here. Or if we can flip over it and then use this as supportive. I'm not sold on this area yet. There's so much absorption below us. I'm going to try attempt one more time with very small size here at 908 for a lower high. Stop above 18s. That's half size from my previous trade, just watching to see how we interact into 890. Just playing off the higher low. And then I'll add size if we get below 890. Because again, this is just balance. There's nothing here other than that. But I like that Russell is starting to show a bit more interest to the down. And again, like we need the break below 890s for actual acceleration, or we could just be chopping here, and that would lead to nothing on NQ. ES and RTY are much better directional trades right now than NQ. And again, if we pop over 920s, then like I will stop trying to short this, and I will immediately look long for the reversion to 940, 950. But I have to be looking slightly bearish as we're down here because of the overall trend plus ES and RTY leading down, right? So like I have to have kind of a bear bias on NQ, even though I see this absorption, until I see us show interest above. I just want to be limiting risk, but also being prepared for another leg down, just in case.
In 10 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour. The US is due to sell 82 billion in 3-month bills. The prior high yield was 4.235%, prior bid to cover 3.04. The US is also due to sell $73 billion in 6-month bills with a prior high yield of 4.235% and a prior bid to cover of 2.77.
I'm regretting being an NQ and not ES or RTY right now. Big regrets. Yeah, because like once we get below 890, we have room down to like 850, 860, right? So like it's a worthwhile trade to attempt with the downtrend overall, with ES and RTY also showing weakness. But the thing is like we can very clearly see absorption on footprint down here, right? There's just not a great setup for until we can either break below 890 or above 920. It's just chop on NQ. But playing like the higher low is totally a fine trade. And we're in profit right now. It's just not great, right? It's 8 points. It's not what I want. I want speed in a break of the area. And we're not getting that yet, which sucks. And we're not going to until we see that offer step below that 890. It's just going to be balance. Basically a buyer just absorbing here. See if we find Russell weakness at our value edge as we push into this 940. Mm-mm-mm. Am I gonna have to like trade Russell today? MQ is just dead.
So in 5 minutes' time now, we do see
Yeah,
the release of the
so
US
Zeno
3
told
and
us how
6
to
month
fix
bill
that.
auctions.
Here, Coles, you watching stream?
The 3 month bill prior
Turn this
high rate
off.
was 4.235%, bid to cover prior 3.04. 6 month bills high rate prior 4.11%, prior bid to cover of 2.77.
Yeah, it's super annoying. I don't know why they put that on by default in this new update. Holy, get me out of here. Little look above. See if we flip this. We have a minute 20 until new 15s. A little absorption into 918, 920. We're trying to build higher lows across the board. 1 minute left until new 15s. Reversion trade is into like 945, 950 if we can hold here.
So we're shortly expecting the results of both the US 3 and 6 month bill auctions.
$40. $10. New 15s have opened. I'm out 1 here into 30 for 10 points just to make up for my stop on the short side. And then looking for 45 as actual target.
So we're still waiting on the results of both the 3 and 6 month bill auctions. Seems to be slightly delayed today.
ES POC moving is a bit interesting. There might be something setting up here. I'm watching to see if we can build out a higher low. Watch our halfway back in this POC that's here. I think that there's probably something that looks like this with our risk going to here, right? So we're watching our halfway back. We want to see a higher low build. We're watching for a reversion to 24s would be my guess. Just keep an eye on this. How we build around this POC shift, I think, is going to be incredibly important, because this is either going to be our rejection and lower high on this node, or it'll become supportive for this rotation back up. And then our secondary target would be here at 300. We need to get above this 291 on ES for this to actually have confirmation. That's your ETH low. That needs to become supportive again. If that continues to hold as resistance, then there's nothing here. Just gotta wait. What we want to see is for a long opportunity is a very clear bid and then retest and then push above like so. That'll be our key, where this node becomes supportive. If this holds as resistance on retest, then it's going to be the opposite. So let's say sell side holds here instead on this dip below. This will be your reoffer point, and then it'll be a rotation down instead of up. Play around this node. So we're either going to hit our heads on it from this half by back, and that'll be your lower high, giving you a very clear area to play around, with this then being your invalidation, right, for a push down. Do you see what I'm saying? Or we get this look back above, and then we see a secondary bid step in, and then a rotation up. So just wait for that. We play around this node and this POC moving. NQ is so stuck, man. We got our look into first target here, which was our 930. We're now watching to see if this can flip supportive, our ETH low to 918. If this can't, then we stop out of this trade, taking off one contract at 930, and then the rest will just be not break even, but small loss. See what they do. Why are we so slow here, man? What is this?
So Al Jazeera, citing Russia's Foreign Minister Lavrov, says that Russia is ready to supply Iran with enriched uranium at a level sufficient for a peaceful nuclear program.
Just back to our first target here again into 30. Very clearly a seller sitting there short term. Yeah, still holding where we need to, but we need to get over that. ES is lagging now. Russell still holding our 41 offer. No change there. Very slow grind up. But what we're seeing is POC is holding as supportive so far, right? Higher lows. We are watching for this reversion. If you're uncomfortable in this, I don't think that there's a reason not to take off some risk into 30 for 10 points. I would like to see the full rotation up into that 45, but if we continue to lag like this, it might just not be worth, depending on your risk level. Holy moly. This is first target on ES for the higher low. Just back down to our bottom of balance here. Watch to see if we find a bid here again, or if this is going to start leading down on ES. This is, again, first target. Just based off of our risk. NQ still holding higher lows. We're watching to see if ES can find a bid here for NQ to get another leg, or if this is going to shift trends. The way that I'm viewing this right now is like we have a very clear balance here on ES and Russell, right? So we're watching to see if this acts as an oscillator, and if NQ can find bids as we rotate down into these lows for this to have a much more clear higher low and then a rotation up. Yeah.
So we're seeing reports at the Treasury. They're saying that the 3 and 6 month bill auctions are facing technical issues today. We're still yet to see the release of this. Again, a statement from the Treasury says that there are technical issues with the auction today. EU's von der Leyen says Europe must show strength in trade negotiations with the US. That's Europe must show strength with the US.
ES leading down. Watch for retest for secondary leg. That'll lead to a move to 78s if we get retest here at 84s for a secondary leg. Watch Russell here into our bottom of our range as well. It's the same as before, where you can play off this ETH low as resistance with our stop above 18s if this is going to do a secondary leg down. Let's see if we get it. We need ES and RTY to show this is offer if we're going to go down. That'll lead for NQ as well. If we get back into these balances, then there's going to be no great short.
So keep in mind, European Commission President von der Leyen currently participating in the EP plenary debate ahead of her vote of no confidence on Thursday. We've got the live video for that on the feed for those interested.
Remember that NQ has this buyer who's willing to absorb, right? So we need to see a very clear retest on ES and RTY here, where these holds offer. If we're going to get this leg down, this needs to show as resistance. This needs to show as resistance as we push back into these. If these fail, then it'll just stuff these guys again, and then we'll rotate this balance fully back up. Holy shit, get me out of here. ES and RTY holding below this balance pretty well. NQ still incredibly stuck. Nothing really to talk about here. We're just waiting on RTY and ES to see if they'll lead down for this next move, down to our ADR at 78, or if we can get back into balance, stuffing these guys, and then creating them to be offsides for the rotation back up. Don't understand why we're so stuck here, but they're very clearly willing to take in at this 900 to 890. And until we show interest below, we just have to accept that. Watching our ES and R2I retest here of our low. This is miserable. Still no interest below. Nothing here. Just rotations. You have to be very careful for a potential rebid here on ES, just like we talked about before, trapping these sellers below. If this balance now holds, there's potentially a rotation from a hold of 84s. It's 83, 84 for a rotation up to 88. Just keep that in mind. If we can find a bid here. See if we can hold for this push up. Offer sitting at 90s on ES, but I think your first risk off should be into 80, 88. You are playing this for 4 points, and then we look for 90 secondary if we're going to get it. This look above NQ, incredibly important. Just for that reversion back up. Hmm. 40 seconds till new 15s. Bid sitting at 2150 on NQ. New 15s opening now. If bids can hold 20, 20, 22, that area, then this looks like going upside trade. If we push back below, then we're in trouble because then we rotate back down to 908s. So really, you're just playing off of this as your risk right now. ES back in our range. Russell rotating for our full offer. We're just looking for upside right now. We are above our value of previous candle. We need to show interest above this 40-45 for upside, for more, right? That's really it. This is our 30-second opening range on NQ here into 941, 945. As long as ES and RTY have momentum, though, you shouldn't be looking for shorts on NQ. Offer still sitting at 290 on ES. I'm going to risk off 1 on ES into 290. See if we can get filled there. That is our ETH low. All right, I finally got filled. 1 at 290. Good rotation up and hold of our pivot on NQ is supportive. Look over our VWAP. Yeah, man. Gotta show interest over 290 for more NES. This setup might be in play if we reject here at 290. Then we'd be looking for a bid at 288 and then a continuation above. If we show interest over 290 and can show it as supportive, then we're just watching for this rotation back up to our VWAP here. This first target. It is incredibly important that we see a very clear secondary bid step in here on NQ and ES, right? Like this is the top of this balance. We were expecting this rotation up if we got over here, just like we talked about, right? Where we've now done the full oscillation. Now we need to see a higher low being put in. So we'd ideally like it to happen at this node, right? Where we rejected. This is why we were looking for that short rotation down. If this can now go supportive, it's the opposite of this trade, right? This seller has flipped to a buyer. That is what we're watching for right now on ES. So this right here, we expected this rejection here, a little bit of a sell because it's the top of this balance. Now it's about seeing if we can build a higher low here at this node. If we can get this and flag it out, we should be able to get one more leg up into our PVZ value high at 94 to 96. If this fails, right, then it's just going to be rotation back down to our 84s. So it's very important that we see this bid step in here. And for NQ, right, it's just this 40. We're watching to see if we can find this bid here at our 30-second opening range low for rotations up. I think it's going to be very dependent on ES and Russell, seeing if we can just flag it out here. It seems like our risk right now is like 34 to 40 on NQ, where you're looking for buyers to be stepping in. Watching ES here on our retest. Let's see if we can do it. So far bidding looks okay. See what they can do here. What's up, 60? We're a little stuck, but we're trying. Gotta get over this 91 here on an ES for anything more. Once we do that, though, should have room up to 95 for that push into our PVZ and VWAP. But if ETH low continues to hold, then we're just waiting. We're in a holding pattern. It's the same thing on NQ. It's just an ORL hold, rotation to ORM, right? So your first risk off is into this 54 if you're playing off of this 40, which, I mean, it's fine. It's good points off the flag and hold, but we need a bit more here. Bid is really trying to step up at this 50 on NQ. So far just being absorbed, but we can hold, it looks good. So again, this is a great first risk off on NQ if you're playing off of that 40 hold. as we push into ORM here at 54. Give us more. I've taken off most of my risk here on ES from our hold of our higher low here at our 84 to 86. I'm just in my runner now off of 88, watching for that rotation up to 95. But I've taken off into 91 here. Now just waiting to see what we can do. Just want to secure some points while we wait. I think the upside trade's still there, but again, I want to take off risk and not give it all back. I can show you guys what that looks like. 1 second. Just waiting now to see if we get one more leg up for that rotation to at 95. So it's just the recovery of this balance low and looking for that bid and that hold. And now we've taken risk off into our high here of this balance. And now I'm waiting to see if with my runner, if we can hold here for this rotation up to our VWAP here into 95s. That's probably way too small for you guys to actually see on stream. Okay. We're watching to see if we can now hold here. I've added one. I'm looking to see if we can hold this low at 88. My stop's at 87, just I don't want to get ticked out just in case. And that's my risk now. So we've taken off all of our size from this hold here. We've played this up, and now it's just waiting to see if we can hold this for one more leg up, or if this is going to stop me out on my runner. And then, yeah, we'll see. Very slow market. Du, du, du. NQ retesting our ORL. ES coming back down to our original entry. Let's see what they do here. So we've held our balance high here. Again, this is our current auction balance. I was really hoping today was going to be much better action. Now that we've gotten all this out of the way, like the short week and the big beautiful bill. But it's pretty garbage. 50 seconds till new 15s. Still holding where we need to on NQ. Start or L. New 15s. Risk remains the same. This 40 is still our low. We can see that. Just opening at POC of previous candle. Not a ton here. It is vital, 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 vital that we continue to show support here and just build this out. Mm-mm-mm. Just another ORL to ORM on NQ. Just very, very small balance here into our day open. On the 15, it looks good on NQ. Again, like nothing's shifted there. We're holding VWAP on the 15 as supportive. We're still holding our value low to POC from previous candle. It's just very slow on the shorter time frames. Same thing on Russell, holding where we need to. ES holding where we need to. It's just we got to get over this ETH low for anything more on ES. It's just on top of balance, right? Yeah, I think it looks good on the 15, Rory. It's just like you have to be willing to let it play chop wise. That's the only issue. It's like with how slow we are, it can definitely be a little miserable being in that trade. You're basically like playing for like 10 points right now. That's the problem. It's like scalping this is just not a great scalping market. It's more of like there's a higher time frame trend. You just kind of have to hold and pray. Without the momentum, it's just not great for scalping. It's much better to either be like patiently waiting for actual acceleration and then playing a secondary move, or just having a clear risk and then just like letting it play out with a PT set. Too much can
Trump on Truth
change
Social is just posting a
with how
letter that
slow
he
we
sent
are.
to Japan. Says it will impose 25% tariff on Japan. So again, Trump in this letter saying he will impose a 25% tariff on
Too
Japan.
slow. So just full balance rotation here on NQ back into our.
So
we
Trump
know
also
that there's a
published a
buyer here
letter
at
to
890
South
to 900.
Korea as well.
Liquidity is still very clearly present there. There's no short continuation until we get below this guy and reoffer it. It's just a bid again.
Trump says the US sets a 25% tariff rate on South Korean goods as well in this letter to South Korea, again posted on Truth Social. Trump says the Japan tariff is effective on August the 1st.
I love tariff news. We're offering, we're flipping and playing this down now. If we get below 90s, then
Trump
there's a
adds the
lot of
25% tariff on
potential
South
here
Korean goods
for
also
downside
effective
move.
on August the 1st.
And look below for acceleration here.
The stocks extending their fall here. The Dow Jones down 1%.
Target is
S&P down around
50s if we
spot
can hold
2%.
this. There it is. See if we get a bit more. We want to see this 890, 900 go offer. It is very volatile. Please be careful.
So to reiterate that, Trump posted twice on Truth Social with letters to Japan and South Korea. Contents say that they're to impose 25% tariff on goods from Japan and South Korea, both to be effective on August the 1st. Seeing some strength in the dollar here, weakness in the S&P 500.
I got filled one at 860. Got filled another at 850, one left.
Trump says if Japan raises tariffs, they will be added to the 25% levy. So US stocks
This
extending
reoffer
their
was
fall
so
here.
good.
S&P now down 1%.
Now we wait.
The Japanese yen holding losses here at 145.9 per US dollar. Again, dollar extending gains here as well.
Just back to where we were. I didn't mean to move that. We're watching to see if a higher low bid steps in or if offer steps back down below 90s. 90 is where the buyer was last, so it's an incredibly important level to see if we're going to recover or if we offer here and then get a secondary leg on NQ. $90 holding so far, offer and look above, and then look back below. Just watching. What are we doing here? Not enough information. All we know is this 900 is where the bid was before, and if that buyer is now absent, and this is now our offer, then downside is very likely. So this 890, 900 still is just my play, seeing to see how we interact here. Until we can show interest above and start to hold over 900s, it's just a offer on any sort of look back in and then look back below. What I mean by that is, it's just, if the offer's now sitting here, we play the lower high, right? So it's just a rotation between our 850 and our 890, 900. So this is just the same thing as before. Back to our 850, you risk off here, you play around that previous buyer, and then we look for a continuation down. Higher lows so far across the board, holding our absorption from the news low. Bid trying to step back in here. Back to our 900 offer. Just being patient here, waiting for a direction. All right, what are we doing? Yeah, right, and it makes sense, right? It's where they were absorbing last, so it's just we're watching to see if this is flipping, right? That's the that's the entire idea. It's like either this is going to flip back to bid, or the offer is now sitting where the buyer was previously. There's not a ton more. Just waiting on that. POC attempting to shift down here on NQ. Dom is incredibly liquid, like a third of the usual size. Very volatile. All the trades I see right now will require like 25 points of risk on NQ, so I'm just not saying anything. I'll wait for something when we have like 10 points of risk that's worth playing. Way too easy to get stopped out with how liquid we are right now. Like a rotation back up to 30s to me, if we can hold here. Still just flat, waiting. POC is still attempting to shift down here into 910. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if it matters. I don't really think so. As long as 890, 900 is holding again, like it's just the same rotation as before. For a rotation to 30, it's literally just like the recovery of our balance low. Now we'll see. Right, like this buyer is just back. This is the 900 to 890. It's just like what do we do now that we're back to this POC flip? Right, I'm just looking at this as like, okay, POC is attempting to shift here at 905, 910. We're back above our ETH low. It's just going to do a rotation back up to this 30, which is where that POC was before. We know that the offers here is where they were last. Let me turn off drawings. We can see that liquidity, right? Like there's very clearly a seller who swept down from here. So this is just this is like the most bearish response into this 20 to 30. If we're going to hold, this can go all the way up to 40. Like this entire area is just sell side risk. Okay, let me delete this. Like this entire area is just our offer where we can absorb from here to here. That's why I'm not trading it. It's hard to give a directional play right now with that. We can step below 90s and then offer, then we might be able to play it down to 850 again. If this continues to hold, then it's just going to continue to balance between this 890 and 920, 930. And I don't want to touch that personally.
Morning, everybody.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Not much. Well, the classic extended holiday weekend, I'm just not rested and more tired than ever before.
Yeah, I feel that.
Too much old crow? What's that?
Like really bad bourbon.
Yeah, that's fortunately I'm out of that tax bracket tie, but not out of the can get too tired tax bracket. Always welcome back. Appreciate that, bud. Very interested to see how this afternoon goes. I thought ES would come down a little bit more, to be honest.
Still can. We'll see.
Still can.
Is this guy willing to absorb into this 90 to 900? Just watching to see if we flip it or if we continue to just hold here again. Yes, it's like either we build acceptance below this value low and ETH low, or like that flips back to supportive, and then we can look to play it back up. It's a bad place to try to short, I feel like, on ES, unless you got in at like 79.
Yeah.
The market has been really, really slow. The only reason we got movement is because Trump tariff nonsense.
That's basically all the news we're gonna have this week. Like reports are pretty muted and stuff, so it's the White House week.
Mm.
So, following the release of Trump's letters about those Japanese tariffs, US listed shares of Japanese automakers falling. That's Toyota down 4%, Honda down 3.7.
Little look below. Let's see if offer can hold this. I'd love to see a very clear retest into this 90 to 900 on NQ if it's going to rotate back down to 50. Thirty seconds, 2015s. See what we do here. We can open below. It's probably a good sign that we rotate down. I'm flat still, just waiting for new 15. New 15. What are we doing? It's not as clear as I want it to be yet.
Yes, is quite thin down here.
There's really not much here till like 850, guys. Just waiting. If you're playing off of 90s, I don't think there's any problem with that, but just got POC at 60s. That's first PT. I am unsure still. Like it's very clearly down, but I don't know how fast this move is going to be. The 60 to 50 is first target, just like last time on the look below. Feel like until we get back over 10s, there's just, it's going to be pretty choppy. 9, 10. Sellers just sitting here, like 890 to 910. It's not making for good trading.
They're stepping down on ES.
This is first target here into 60. POC a previous candle from the news candle low. If you are playing off of this 90 flip, we need to get below 50s for more on NQ, ensure that is offer, or that beta is going to be resting there. It is incredibly important that we get below 50 and show sell side willing to take, or again, we're just going to absorb here into 50 to 60. I'm just gonna I wish I could like I wish grouping things was a bit cleaner. Bring off layers instead of having to like do this manually. Ugh. I don't want to delete all this, but here. Just do this for now. I just want you to focus in on this. This is the most important. This is what we're watching for as our risk off. This is what we're watching for or where sell side wants to hold. Here to here. That should be clear based off of your footprint. Right? I want you to be able to visualize that.
So just to make our users aware, there has been an amendment to the White House roll call today. A White House press briefing is actually due at the top of the hour now. So that's White House Press Secretary Levitt speaking in 6 minutes' time. We'll get a live video out for you.
2 minutes, still turn of hour. Yeah, still battling down here.
Ten seconds.
Fed paper flags ongoing risks on hitting zero rates amid uncertain outlook.
Holding POC to value low of previous candle. 80 is where offer is sitting currently. Just waiting. There's nothing wrong playing
Since
off
further
that
read into
60
this,
on
the
that higher
prospect
low,
of the Fed once again
now you're in the
setting
middle of
its
the
short-term
range.
interest rate target at near zero levels at some point in the coming years remains real despite current relatively high levels of short-term borrowing costs, according to new paper published jointly between the New York and San Francisco Fed banks. So the medium to long-term risk that the central bank's interest rate target will return to super low levels is currently at the lower end of the range observed over the last 15 years, said the paper, that also counted as Fed's Williams as a co-author. Further into this end, the researchers added the chance of return to near zero rates remains significant over the medium to long term due to the recent elevated uncertainty. We'll get that out for you in the feed as well.
I really want you guys to like see how you can play risk to reward here based off of just using footprint. I hope this is like a good visual aid of what we're watching for, like the offer remaining below this value low to POC for this short side, understanding that this has to be a risk off because this is the value low to POC of our downside candle, right? And now watching this, which is our value low to POC, watching to see if we find another viable trade here. But this is how I set up our two zones here. It's just like, okay, if we hold this 60 now, we should be able to rotate back up. Your first risk off has to be this 80. It's our value high of the previous candle, right? Why we have our levels the way that they are right now. You're in the middle of the range, but there's nothing wrong playing off of this POC on this look back above, right? We can see that higher low. Being able to like visually see these and then look me like, oh, okay, like this is clearly my risk. This low to this 60. We're looking for rotations back up now. First PT has to be 80. Just like this is like, oh, okay, we see a very clear lower high. This is now what we're looking to play as our risk. And then we're looking for the rotation back down. You guys see what I'm talking about? Like, I want you to be able to play around these because I think this is a super simple system that you can use. be like, oh, okay, like this is where I should be looking to risk off into this area. This is what my current risk reward is. I want us to be able to maintain below this. If we can maintain below, then we have a very clear offer who is stepping down, and we can play that to this area. Does that make sense? You see what I'm saying? Value low to POC, value low to POC. We're just playing around, and we can see that this is just a balance in between these two. Okay. It's a very easy system, or like a strategy you can implement. It's just like a basic trade that you can do. Okay, it's very clear where your risk is. And of course, we wouldn't be doing this if we had flat POCs for multiple candles, right? This is only because we have very clear directional POCs that are away from each other, right? We don't do that. We don't use these setups inside balance. This is only when we have a very clear low, and then we push away from that area. Then we use these areas as our risk. Jesus, can't speak. But like if we had like 7 flat POCs and we were just trading, in a barcode, like we don't care about that. Let me give an example. I think that was confusing. Let's go back and look. Like this is not tradable, right? This isn't for the system because this is a flat balanced area. What we're looking for is a very clear direction already in play and a significant low put in, or like a significant high with buyers or sellers who are offsides. And then we want to be playing on the look away from these areas. Like we have very clear pivots where buyers were absorbed down here. We have all of these red deltas, right? What does this mean? That means that there was a passive buyer who is eating up these sells, right? And then we pushed away. So this is a very clear demand short term. Just as this is a very clear sell where we're watching to see if these buyers who are up here who are absorbed, we can now play a lower high off of them. So as long as these guys remain off sides, we can then use this POC to value low as our offer, right, for a very clear rotation down. The idea is always going to be playing off of these guys when we see very clear absorption into our lows or our highs, and then using that POC to value low as our area of risk to then play that lower high for continuation down. Does that make more sense? Where's the ideal entry? So your ideal entry is always going to be the look back above and then the first hold. Just like this is our look back below and then first hold, right? Then we're just playing this directionally. It's fine to attempt here, but the problem with this is that we don't have as strong of a directional decision here. I like first attempts on a look above or look below. I liked this hold a lot more, right? Like this very clear higher low here makes a lot more sense to me. Just like this very clear lower high here makes a lot more sense to me. It's a little bit more wishy-washy once we've already come to our first PT, because we're just chopping, and you don't really want to be in this trade for chop. Like, yes, we're maintaining a higher low, and that's fine. So as long as we're maintaining that, your risk is fine, right? But like, you have to, the idea is that we're playing off of like very clear flips or holds of areas and then playing the higher low. Like if a seller was going to step in on this look below, I would have wanted to see a very clear hold below, and then we would look for an offer here from the 60 to 50. As long as this is holding, then we would be playing this down. As soon as we step back over this, right, like so we push down into this, and then we see this higher low, I'm now willing to play off this as our risk, right? Does that make sense? So like this is all we're watching for then. It's like, okay, we've gotten our dip, we're seeing the bid step back over, I now care about this area for rotations up. is this maintaining here? Is that okay for trades? Yes, it's fine because we're still maintaining a higher low. The problem is like your risk to reward isn't as great because you can now just chop in here, and it's not the greatest trade. So I'm like not really a fan of like this double or triple tap into this area because like we shouldn't be expecting a ton more. We kind of have to wait for the new 15. So usually what I do, Rocket, is it's more of a wait until the new 15 opens, play off of this area as our risk for our next attempt. So the way that I usually play this stuff is I look to see where our POC to value low was on our previous candle. And as we open into the new 15, can we recover this? Can we show support above? And as soon as we do, I'm like, oh, okay, I can play this up. And then I'll take profit into our first PT or something like that. And then I just wait. So like the way that I, like this is how I played that. And like I might, there might be more, I'm unsure. But like for a scalping trade, if I only have one contract, like I have to, I just want to show you what I'm talking about. Right? So like, what did I do? How did I play this? We got our look below, and then as soon as we stepped over, this was now my risk. Do you see what I mean? This is now my risk, and we're playing it up into 80. It's the higher low. It's the look back over and then playing for the higher low, understanding that this is where we are expecting liquidity to be. So as soon as we show interest back above and I see a little bit of excitement, I'm now willing to play off of this for our risk. It's the same area where I took profit on the short side down, right? So I'm now curious to see how we interact here, understanding that this is where we expect our bid to be. And then it's just playing it back up into this 90. Right, this is our balance right now. So like, again, like playing off the 60 is fine because as long as we're holding this 50 to 60, there's not too much here. We know that there's a passive buyer there. We know that there's a seller up here into this 895, 905. And like, this is your balance trade. So like, I'm a big fan of these first tests, but as long as we're maintaining this, like it's all good, right? Like there's not like an ideal entry. It's about just understanding where your risk is. Again, I really like the first looks over for acceleration, but as long as we're maintaining this, this is still a perfectly fine trade.
From the
right?
New York
Like
Fed. Remember, this is the joint
it
statement
is what it
between New
is.
York Fed and San Francisco Fed on the financial news feed for you to read through. So again, Fed paper flags ongoing risks of hitting zero rates amid uncertain outlook.
So I guess what I'm saying is ideal entry is 60. I don't know. I mean, there's not. We know that there's someone absorbing here, right? Like, so as long as that's maintaining, we should be expecting continuation up. Our invalidation is the look below and hold of this, because that's now this buyer gone and now an offer stepping below. And then we play 60 to 50 as our resistance down, right? Like if we take out this guy who's sitting here taking in contracts and then this holds offer, we should expect a continuation down. But until then, like we know that this is where this buyer is resting and just taking in lots. So I don't expect more downside. So my opportunity is just for a balanced trade back through until we see a very clear hold of this low. just like I'm not expecting more upside here. Like I would love to see it. If we can now hold this 80, awesome, right? We look for a flag to try to develop here. And if we can get back over our ETH low, we can then play this back up to 920, 930. But like I can't put I don't want to risk here or more unless I'm already in a position from this low, because I know that this is where this seller is resting. So the only thing I'm watching for now is like, can we develop here? Can we see some sort of shift outside of this range? Or is this going to absorb? Oops. Is this going to, our buyer's going to absorb here? Or sorry, our seller's going to absorb here. And then do we look for a lower high to then play off of this as our risk again? So to me, this is just like a PT. This is our profit target where we should expect some selling to happen or some at least lots be taken in. Because the people who are playing off of this are just going to be scalping this range because it's very clearly defined. But like, I'm not looking for another short here, personally. This is just a risk off for longs, and that we wait to see what happens. Yeah.
For those who have been with the last like footprint and order flow classes too, everything with Sig was saying, you should be able to compartmentalize that now into like first test is searching for outliers, searching for something that's different. And then as we establish what we would call normalcy within a range, then we don't expect movement, right? So just a very simple way to think about and put it everything he said into like context we've spoken before. That, and you should, if you feel comfortable with this stuff, you should be able to do that quite quickly, and it should make sense.
Did you get that, Glock? Or do you know? I can just take a picture of this for you, man. Give me a sec. There you go.
Definitely. When I said
just
that,
seeing
I
an
didn't
article
mean
here
if you don't
that
have it.
Trump to hold off on new 10% BRICS tariffs if nations change anti-American policies, according to a source. So again, Trump to hold off on new 10% BRICS tariffs if nations change anti-American policies, according to a source. The administration does not intend to immediately impose a new 10% tariff against members of the developing nation BRICS bloc, or proceed if individual nations take so-called anti-American policy actions, according to a source familiar with the matter. Also, looking at the New York Fed data, 37 counterparties take $218.030 billion at Fed reverse repo operation.
So, like again, like I said, I don't like this area. Like I see a very clear potential opportunity for a higher low, right? Like we can see the break of our highs here, and this now holding is supportive. But I'm not trying along here because I know that this seller's above, right? We've identified two zones. We have a very clear seller above based off of this value low to POC. and we have a very clear lower auction that's taken place here. You can easily just put like a fixed range on this and be like, okay, well, what I'm looking for is for price to be able to hold this value high off of this fixed range at our 80. We all see that. But like, what would our risk then be? Where do we trade down? Where do we put our stop then? It's like, okay, well, our stop is literally just back to the lows. So it's like, are you willing to play 20 points of risk here for a long
So just seeing a reporter
No,
on X
not
from
really for me.
CNBC just kind of clarifying then the trade letter sent by Trump. So they say that the trade letters essentially say Japan and Korea's reciprocal rates from April 2nd will kick back in unless they reach a deal. And the White House has been threatening that for weeks. The only real difference that this report sees is the kick-in date is now August 1st instead of July 9th. Just context-wise, what had happened on April 2nd, Trump had announced a 25% reciprocal rate for Korea and 24% for Japan. So the threatened tariffs have, for the most part, not changed, but the deadline has.
Like, all we're looking for is for this to hold and then rotate over. If we can get this, awesome, right? Like, that's great news for us. We're holding where we need to from this lower structure. We're holding the value high. We are flagging where we want to, but I don't have a great longing opportunity here with solid risk to reward unless I have a very, very tight stop, because I understand that, like, if this doesn't hold, right, that we're just going to rotate back down to these value lows. And I might as well then just look for a longing opportunity here again into these value lows. I don't really want to be playing this upper auction until I see a very clear willingness to trade back over our ETH low. So to me, this is just a runner trade, because again, we know that people are risking off here into this 95 to 905, 895 to 905. And like, we can look for the flag continuation, but I don't want to look for a long entry here. Personally, like, I'm fine playing off of this low, and I'm looking for this continuation up. We're looking for this to continue to maintain. We're getting this break to the upside, which is great, right? So if you have a runner, nothing has invalidated, and that's really what I'm trying to get at. Is like, we're holding higher lows, we're holding where we need to. So this is a great opportunity to continue to maintain in your long from your 60s, but your risk to reward just isn't great here at the trying to long the top if it's your first entry. I will wait for another opportunity to get in if I'm not already in from the lows. We want to see a very clear look back over this and a recovery. We all understand like how to play like a volume profile like this. Our value high hold, our value low holds, etc. Or no? Do I need to go over that for the new people? I can just go over it. I don't need to. So when we have a profile that looks like we have a range, right? And we are watching for, so this is our value high, this is our value low, this is our POC, the red line. What are these areas representing? What is our volume profile telling us? What is the area in between our value low and value high represent? Anyone? What does the area between our value high and value low represent? Yes, okay, so it's 70% of the volume. So that is where we expect our auctions, most of our trading to happen between these two areas, right? So what does it mean if we break outside of that and then show interest above or below? What are we looking for?
Brazil's Lula says the world needs to find a way for transactions
Yes.
not
yes,
to
yes, yes.
depend on the US dollar.
So you're not wrong, Rocket and Glock, but I want you to really hone in on what we're watching for is, are we going to be able to hold this value high for a shift of value, right? An expansion outside of this range? Or are we going to enter back in for a rotation of this range, right? So if we're holding above, there's not a shorting opportunity here. We're watching to see if it'll maintain. Our risk is going to, if we're going to maintain this upside trend, right, of the higher lows, and if we're going to be able to hold here for a continuation up. That's a super easy clue to be like, okay, I can stay in this trade. And like if we started to show interest in a hold below this, right, then this is what we're going to be watching for as our risk to see if the offer can shift
Heads
below
up,
for
Press Secretary
downside.
Levitt has begun their conference. Remember, the video is on the feed for you to watch.
Levitt's starting to speak.
Here we go.
So what do we see about what's interesting about this high here? What do we see happening on footprint? Yeah. Right? So these guys have been absorbed, and what do we see with this on the smaller time frame? Do we see a lower high being put in? Do we see a potential area that we can be looking to play this back down? Okay. So I just really want to like point this stuff out, because if you can recognize that these guys are potentially offsides and that we pushed back below our zone for our balance trade, our higher time frame balance, right, between 860 and our 900, this becomes like a very simple scalp to play around, where it's like, okay, well, I'm now looking to play, this is our risk, and I'm looking to take profit into our value high of this previous range. This then becomes your first target, right, for 15 points. You're playing off of for 80 as your first target, and if we can push below, then it's a full rotation back down to our value low here into 60. Right? Do you see what I mean by like being able to visually see people who are offsides or absorbed on footprint, and then using our higher time frame zones to then use this as first PT, second PT?
Levitt says that Trump will host a cabinet meeting tomorrow.
Rocket, I think it was you who asked, like, what are your ideal entry? My ideal entry, it's always going to be, we identify a balance, right? And then it's always going to be the look above.
Also, White House has that Trump is to visit
look
Texas
back
later
below,
this week
right? The
after
lower
flooding.
high.
That Trump
So
is to host African nations to lunch on Wednesday.
Just like we were looking for a higher low here from our look below, and then the recovery Do you see how we can find an ideal area to put risk on? I'm not in this, by the way, but I just want you to see this as like a potential trading opportunity where you now have this area to play as your risk. Because we know that we are trading within this balance. So if we can't show a very clear interest and hold above, right? Like we look for the look back below, and then we look for the rotation through our balance that we've already identified. This becomes our trade. Just like this was on our last attempt. Do we see the look above and then the retest and offer? It's the same trade, right? Look above, look back below, offer lower, and then rotation down. Look above, look back down, reoffer, lower high, and then rotation through. We look for these kinds of setups once we've identified zones, and then we look to play on the secondary moves. Just like we did on the lows, it's the same as the highs once we identified value. That's the stuff I look for. I want to see these people offsides, and then I want to see the sell side step down. I want to see the buy side step up. Right? Because then we have very clear risk to play around. And like, does it make sense to take off some risk here if you are short from there? If this is POC from this previous balance that we were trading in? Yeah, right? And we'll watch to see if from here, if we now hold this as our offer for a lower high and then can show interest below. If we can do that, then a continuation down makes a lot of sense, right? If we can then hold this like 80 as offer from this bid. Right, we're just playing around.
So it goes
this
to Q&A
previous
session
value.
now with Levitt.
So watch to see if an offer's
EU
here. Nope.
says will not be receiving letters setting out higher
Just full
tariffs
rotation
from
of our
the
value.
US. Says EU sources. So again, EU will
Good
not be
break
receiving
above.
a letter
I will
setting
wait.
out higher tariffs from the US. Says EU sources.
Watch for a retest
Seeing
here.
a little bit
If
of
this
movement towards the
holds,
upside
we're
on
in
the
a
back
good
of that
place.
from on the euro.
Look at your value here. It's at 90. If we can find a bid here, we can rotate back up to our value high at 30s. Just be patient. If it can hold here on this break of balance, this is a really great upside trade. Let this volatility play for a second. We had just had tariff news.
Good old news.
I'm flat still, waiting. Yes, exactly, right? Because like, again, it's all about understanding like where potential liquidity can be trapped and then playing around that liquidity. 900 is bid. They're really trying here. Let's see if this 90 to 900 can hold. If we can do this, then we rotate up to those wick highs. If this fails, then we'll have to wait for an opportunity. Just waiting for liquidity to step back on. Still pretty thin.
So with regards to US Treasury and the timing for the delayed data due to technical issues for the 3-month and 6-month bill auctions, bid timing closes at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That timing applies to competitive bids only.
Competitive bids only.
Still waiting. Just watching to see how we flip here. Yes, the secondary move off of a very clear, like, new liquidity stepping in is going to be so much better than waiting and chop from the low.
Levitt says more trade letters are coming for 12 nations. Levitt adds that other trade partners are receiving letters on tariffs.
Liquidity is still really poor.
So again, Levitt says there will be 12 other nations getting notification.
Understand that that news candle volatility, we just wicked right into our 15-minute VWAP, into our supply above, into 30. And then we've rotated
Also,
back
Levitt
down.
says that Trump also signing order delaying tariffs to August 1st.
I'm personally not willing to trade this until we have a very clear direction. All we're doing is trading back down to the POC of this balance, where we bought risk off, would be watching to see what happens here now as we push back up.
And Levitt says letters will be posted to Truth Social.
But it is still very poor here.
So Levitt shows trade letters to Japan and Korea that will be mailed. What's already basically been on Trump's Truth Social.
Full range rotation back down to our lows here. Still not positioned.
The US Treasury says
Getting rid of peanut
technical
is
issue now
crazy.
resolved.
Holy.
3.5 minutes. Till new 15s.
Levitt says that the Trump administration is still in contact with Iran on a deal.
Offer
Levitt
attempting
says
to
there'll
step
be
below
additional
50.
12
This is our
letters
low
beyond
of
the 12
value, our
nations.
low of our balance, sorry. We're watching to see if buyers absorb here again, and if we push back over,
So Levitt
or
says
if we are going
12
to
trade letters are
shift.
coming today.
I'm
So remember,
unsure
she
as of
did
yet.
say they'll be posted on Truth Social.
If sell side serious, they'll try to defend this 60. I'm flat, just waiting. Just a full rotation of our already known value.
Levitt says that the US is close on additional trade deals.
$50 till new 15s. New 15s have opened. 60 offers still attempting to flip. Still waiting. Are you trying to set up your footprint on TradingView, Glock, or are you trying to do it on NinjaTrader? Because the settings are going to be different depending on your platform. The settings I gave you are for TradingView. I don't know NinjaTrader's footprint. I'm assuming it's similar to Tradeovate's, but it'll be different.
Might even be a simple difference of TradingView being a delta footprint versus not.
Yeah, I don't use NinjaTrader, so I'm not too familiar. The settings I gave you are for TradingView. Are Sethmo's indicators available in NinjaTrader?
No idea. Is a Rom here? He might know. Actually, I'm sure. I'm not gonna guess. With the merger, I would think that they should be, but that probably means they aren't, you know?
Yeah, I have no clue. I mean, the TradingView footprint is easy to set up. I gave you the settings. It's literally just a chart type, right? So you just change your chart type to volume footprint and then use the settings that I gave you.
Problem might be, though, is if you're using TradingView through, like, Top Step, I don't know if you'll have the right data packages.
TradingView through Topstone?
Yeah,
Is
that's
that a
what he
thing?
said.
Levitt says Trump never mentioned the takeover of Gaza, but rebuilding.
What are these people talking about? Well, who said what she just said? What a fear-mongering question. Are you guys listening to this press conference? What?
No, should I be?
I mean,
Do I want
probably
to?
not. It's just
Yeah.
rage bait, but like that was the most
That's
obscene
usually why I
question I've ever
those
heard.
ones. And the rather stay ignorant crowd on some of those.
Levitt says that Trump thinks BRICS is trying to undermine the US. Levitt on BRICS tariff threat says Trump is ensuring US is treated fair. Levitt says that Trump is monitoring the latest BRICS summit. Levitt adds that Trump doesn't believe BRICS is becoming stronger.
Offer is trying so hard to step down here at 60. How much longer is this going to go on?
Levis says the nations will take trade letters seriously.
All right, she's done talking. See what we do here.
That concludes Levitt's comments then on the press conference.
Jesus. Yeah, man.
Goldman Sachs says that the Fed may cut policy rate in September. Adding early Fed rate cut on softer tariffs impact and disinflation. Again from Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs sees terminal rate of 3 to 3.25%. They saw 3.5%, 3.75%.
The US Treasury confirmed that the technical issue is now resolved and the 3 and 6 month bill auctions will go ahead at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
Classic AT&T.
RTY POC is attempting to shift down here at 31. Still hasn't settled, but we're starting to see that happen. This node's getting pretty thick. I am watching a retest of our 60 here to see if this stays bid on NQ. This feels like kind of buyer's last chance here. We traded to our mid at 80s, and now we're retesting to see if this liquidity is still present here at 60. We are holding POC to value high from previous 50-minute candle. Pushing back up to our mid here if our balance at 80 from our 60 hold. Buyer really trying at 80s, so far being absorbed. Like I just get taken. Seller just took in like 300 contracts on NQ there.
Yes, it's still quite muted.
That was really weird. Like 250 to like 270 contracts just got taken in at once there on NQ. Like they moved down into the bid and then were immediately taken. And now they're just gone. Like there's no one stepping again. I don't want to play with them. What would our risk even be though? So that's the problem. Gotta just wait. 5 more minutes on this candle. There's definitely something setting up here. This middle of range liquidity is getting a little thick. Just watching to see if these sellers are going to get offsides who are absorbing here, or if this is going to be a really clear absorption of buyers and then a push below 60 will give us a really nice short if these guys are caught offsides. I just gotta wait and see which way we break. It's either like sellers or buyers going to be pretty offsides here in the middle. Once this this concludes, it should give us something to play around.
A little bit more step up of two-sided trading at this 71 on ES.
So we're gonna see what happens here, but again, like this guy's taking in quite a bit of lots. If this continues to remain true into our new 15, this is most likely going to be our risk for a short. We'll see what happens. I'm just waiting for the new 15 to open, but if our offer can maintain here, this is potentially going to be a solid trade. I'm not in this yet. I'm waiting for new 15s. We have 50 seconds left, but we'll be watching the 70 to 80 as our offer on retest into new 15. Just playing off of POC to our middle of range where we just saw these lots get taken in. If new 15 opens above 80s, this will most likely be a long back up to 920. I'm just waiting now. I want to have this idea ready to go though. If we see a very clear offer into new 15 holding below POC to value high of this current candle that's open right now on the 15. 20
A Trump
seconds.
now with another Truth Social. Looks to be a trade letter here. Speaking about Malaysia here. So he's putting out another one here as well. So both the letters are for, or both the images are just showing a letter to Malaysia. So they say that they will charge Malaysia a tariff of only 25% on any and all Malaysian products sent to the US starting August 1st.
New 15s have opened. Watching to see if we can hold below here.
So another one coming through, Kazakhstan, now this time. Again, Kazakhstan, it says only 25% tariff. Again, August 1st. Other ones come through. So another one to South Africa now. So with South Africa, 30%.
This would be your first risk off if you are in this.
So again, Trump will impose a 30% tariff on South Africa.
I'd like a
Just
much
heads up,
better
we're looking for
retest, but I
9
don't know if
more
we're going to
letters
get
to
it.
come through.
30 is this next
So we've already
target.
had 3. We're expecting 12 altogether. So this is putting tariffs on Vietnam, and that'll be at 40%.
Holy. Really want to see strong offer on these looks back in. Specifically ES, and then come
So
down
this is correction.
through
That's a Trump.
45.
US will impose 40% tariff on Laos.
We want this 60 to be firm.
Trump says 40% tariff on Myanmar. So Trump says Myanmar tariffs separate from all sectoral tariffs. Just clarify then of what Trump's done so far then. 25% on Malaysia, 25% on Kazakhstan, 30% on tariffs on 30% tariffs on South Africa, 40% on Laos, and 40% on Myanmar.
Back to our 30. A little absorption here into 30. We've got liquidity resting at like 810, 815. I think we're going to get a reoffer before we get another leg down. Just going to give this a second to play.
It's keeping an eye on the South African rand, falling by 1.5% to session low on Trump tariffs. Remember, Trump said the US will impose a 30% tariff on South Africa.
Watching 30 for reoffer. Coming down into our liquidity here into that 10 to 15. 30 was a good art reoffer. It's 15 points so far. See if we can get any more if they pop this. I'm unsure. This is ADR on our RTH for NQ. Huge 30 points.
It's keeping an eye on the S&P 500, seeing further moves towards the downside here, off the back of Trump posting the additional trade letters. So we've had 6 so far.
This is yes, primary target here in the last week POC.
Took off one there from 30.
Excuse me, we've had 5.
There's room down to 750 if we can get below this, I think. But taking off risk into 800s for right now. If we can break below 800 and show interest, then I think 750 is likely for a runner. See what happens. 750, 760 is definitely what we're watching for, though. See what they do here. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
So just to summarize then what the reciprocal rates were beforehand. So for Malaysia, on the second reciprocal tariffs, it was 24%. South Africa, it was 30%. Laos was 48%. Myanmar was 44%. And Kazakhstan was 27%.
So ES rotated right down to our reversion zone and then found a bid. We're watching now just for a lower high to be put in. Back to our offer here at 8:30. I am just waiting. I think we need to wait for Russell and ES to get a show a little weakness here. Where we have to see if this is going to be a higher low from that bid at the bottom for a rotation up to our value edge above, or if offer can stick here and then rotate down more. I'm just unsure. Buyer's sitting at 20s on NQ. Back to our 800 here off of 30 offer holding. I don't have anything yet. Just looking to see if we can break these lows and flip this buyer to our seller at 800.
Decent trap at 55 on ES there, but it didn't really get much follow through. Obviously, we did come down 5 points, but just in terms of size.
I expect the bid to be here. If this is going to be like a little mini balance. If we can flip below the 790, 800 and make it our offer, then maybe we get that last rotation down into 750. But until then, like I got to respect this low for right now. Just keeping an eye on this as our pivot. This is POC of this candle right now, right? This 800, which is why just watching to see how we interact here. Bid is sitting at 790. So if you did trade off of that, push into 830 there, this is your first risk off, just like last time. Now I'm just watching to see if we flip this. 30 seconds till new 15s. Looking below into 90. See if we can hold this 79800 as offer on new open. New 15. I'm watching this as our offer, right? This is that look below. Let's see if we can hold it.
NYMEX natural gas August futures settle at around $3.41. Diesel August futures settle at around $2.42 a gallon. Gasoline August futures settle at around $2.15 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude August futures settle at $67.93 a barrel, up 93 cents or 1.39%.
Offer sitting at 800. Offer attempting to step down at 94. We need to get back below 90s or this isn't going to matter. If it is able to step back over, then I think that trade's invalidated. Right now. Any ability
Did come
to
through now
build.
for the delayed 3-month, 6-month bill auctions. US with a 3-month bills of a high rate of 4.255% and a bid cover of 2.75. US selling $87 billion of 3-month bills and awarding 34.25% of bids at high. The US with 6-month bill auction of high rate of 4.145%, bid cover of 3 and awarding 47.39% of bids at high. And the US selling $77 billion of 6-month bills.
Just waiting. I think the seller's a bit off sides, but they can still sweep it down. It's a little uncertain for me. Just looking to see if we can find any sort of excited bid over 800s. Or if they're going to be able to maintain and defend this from 800, 810 with acceleration below 790. Really like to see a better retest of this lower area before I consider anything. I had a limit at 801 with the stop at 790, but I didn't get filled. See what they do into this 830 again. The problem is like on the higher time frame, this is just an inside bar on our big sell. So like a pullback and then a bid would be great, but it doesn't need to happen. Like we can just slow grind up. But I'd really like to see a bit of a clearer bid and flag for a right side of V trade if we were going to go up. I'm fine like missing out on this instead of trying to get filled here in the middle where we've played the short down, right? I don't want to be too preemptive. Trying to think of like where would we even pull back into.
Brent crude futures settle at $69.58 a barrel, up $1.28 or 1.87%.
I don't have enough information yet.
Interesting reports here that EU to conclude deals to give the UK and Canada access to defence loans.
The offer is still very clear at 830. We're just watching to see if this is able to flag on the shorter time frame. The bid should be at like 810, but I don't know if it's going to be worth playing.
Further detail into this here, then the EU will propose bilateral agreements with the UK and Canada as soon as the end of July, which would give them access to the bloc's 150 billion euro, or $176 billion loan fund for defence production, according to people familiar with the matter. The accords, which will allow Britain and Canadian companies to participate in common procurements financed by the EU fund, come on top of security and defence partnerships the EU recently concluded with the nations. This will be the final required step to give in giving British and Canadian businesses access to the funds, which are mainly available to firms from EU member states with a special status given to Ukraine.
I wasn't willing to buy that 810 flip. Kind of being punished for it. Now I gotta wait for like 3 minutes for any trade.
ES here in a value low and RTY as well. Should get a clear sign of where we want to go for the last hour.
Mm. I really should have played that 800, 810. Damn. This should be where you're risking off if you are in a long, as we push up into 50 again. This is RTY into that value edge. We can flip 50 to 60. We won't feel bad about missing this. Just gotta watch now to see if we can get back into this balance or not. That sucks. It is what it is. I should have played the flip over our POC from the previous candle. I was just a little scared with how slow we were. No, I mean, it was just a good setup. I just was like this flip with these guys off sides into our low, and then the show of interest over our 800s is exactly what you want to look for. I just wanted a better retest, and we didn't get it. I should have just played the momentum, though. It's fine. It's just like, it's like a playbook trade for me. It's just one of those things where it's like, oh, okay, we have someone who's off sides. We're showing interest over POC of previous candle. Clearly, the seller isn't relevant anymore. We're going to slow grind up to where value was found last. Basically the idea.
Under a minute here
seconds.
till new 15s. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just waiting to see if we flip back in and can hold it as supportive on a look over 60. Or if this holds offer, 50 to 60 is resistance for rotation back down to 30 for retest. I think if this is going to be a viable long, we'll see a bit of acceleration over 60, a rotation to 80, and then we'll look for a retest at 60 for a balanced rotation up. We want to see a very clear something like this, ideally.
This 65 was your primary buy side absorption before the look down. You still have sellers sitting here on ES on limit orders. A little soak.
If we can't get over this 60 and we rotate below 45, expect a push down into this 25 to 30 before we find a buyer again. That'd be my guess. So I either want to see a very clear look over 60, rotation into 80, and then a flag forming, showing a retest of our value low, like I have pathed, into our 60 edge. Or if 60 rejects here, we're going to be watching for a buyer to find a dip buy into 25.30, I think. Just to fill this little LVN that we've created here. Just giving it a second to play. Eight tariffs.
Little peek over this 65 after a take on ES. If no bid like holds this zone, I would expect some acceleration back down.
You need to see the
Liquidity just
offer.
dried.
Yeah, step below 50 is what we were looking for. If 60 holds and then we step below 50, then there's potentially that LVN fill down to that like 20 to 30. Just watching, seeing how we interact here. That being said, like if 50 to 60 holds bid, we're looking for that rotation to 80, and then we'll look for a rebid of 60s is supportive if it does pop. It's just like very clear that if 60 holds offer, we need to see the seller step down here for this fill. Right now, just watching to see if this bid can hold. And then we watch for this retest, and then we see if we get another move up like that. Should be your first risk off if you're playing off of the flip of 60. As we push into 75, 80, we watch to see how this absorption plays. Remember, this is what we're watching for. How do we interact here into our original short location? We should expect a bit of an offer, and then we look to see if we can retest this and then go for a continuation. If they immediately just push through this, awesome, for full rotation up into 900. But we should expect the seller to be present. It doesn't make sense for them not to be into 75, 80. If they pull, we should immediately just pop to 900. We're just watching now to see if they flip this or not. 75, 80 should be your first PT. You can either just move stops up or take a little risk off if you are playing off of our pathing. I think it's completely reasonable for a pullback here to retest this edge into 50 to 60 if we can't get over this 80. If this offer does step out of the way, though, at 80, we should just immediately pop to 900. So keep that in mind. 30 seconds till new 15s. Holding our 80 offer so far. Just watching to see how we interact here.
ESPOC test. Let's see NQ peeking into value here. There's your open final hour.
AD offer stepping out of the way. Again, should just rotate up to 900. Just watching to see if we retest well. Bid sitting at 75. Watching to see if this is a trap or if this is our rebed. I don't think there's anything wrong trying with 5 points from 75, stop right below 70. But if that invalidates, if you get stopped out, don't try anything until we retest our value low to do the original idea. So keep that in mind that you have a 5-point chance here for a bid to try to eat up liquidity. But if we show any acceleration below 70, I would immediately exit and then look to reevaluate into 60 for the value low retest. Coming down into our value low here. See if we find a bid. This is buyer's like last chance for me. So we come into this, we want to see a very clear dipped bid and then pop back up, or this will flip offer, and then that'll just be another trap from the same absorption that we saw in the last attempt. Let's see what happens here. Watching Russell into our value low as well as we push down. Yes, into our PVZ here at 6250.
So just a reminder for the top of the hour, Trump is due to sign executive orders on delaying the July deadline of tariffs to August 1st. So we'll try and find a video of it close to the time. Usually you just get a load of old videos just pumped out as live videos, but as soon as we do find proper live video, we'll pop it out for you. Just a reminder, it is closed press, but there is the chance that there could be a live stream.
This is going to be so heavy if we flip this.
Yes, back to the 65 area. Big negative deltas. Saw a struggle on when we look back up to POC. Same thing as last time. If no bid here, I would assume we leave value. But if we hold, we just look for rotations back towards POC.
think your stop has to be like 64. I don't know, this is going to be very volatile. Any pop here is just a trap. You're looking to see if offer can maintain from here to here, basically, or rotations down. But any pop over this should result in a pretty solid rotation up. So like shorting 56 with stops at like 64, 65 is what you're watching if you're looking for a downside move. And any bid over that, I really do believe we popped. Go to VWAP for reversion trade. Big battle here. Yes, holding where it needs to. You're looking for a lower high of sell sides in control with POC being resistance at 67.50. Same thing with Russell off of our value holds. Watching to see our halfway back if that's resistance here. These need to hold lower highs because if they don't, again, like all we're doing is trapping and then we'll rotate up. See what we do here. I'd like to be able to play long here, 58 to 47, but I want to see what ES and RTY are going to do. We have a minute till new 15s. Might have to wait. I really don't mind this trade still. Right? Like this is still fine to me. I'm totally fine trying this again. We have 50 seconds till new 15s. Ten seconds. Offer stepping below 50 is what we're watching for shorts. We know that this is just a two-sided auction, bottom bar balance, right? We just are waiting to see how we interact here. slowly make a decision. Dude, get me out of here. What? Ugh.
EU may secure baseline tariff exemptions for aircraft and spirits in US trade deal, according to EU sources. The EU is looking into possible deal on cars to offset US car exports against imports.
You're not a fan of the 3-point rotation?
It's something.
It's something indeed. I'll move everything over. No change, just still rotating between our 47 and our 62. Just waiting for a side to break. We have offside buyers above 80. ES and RTY very flat, holding our pivot. Just waiting for a side to win this. And there's nothing. We just gotta wait for this node to either break below and hold or break above and hold. There's nothing else.
Final half hours here in a minute. We'll see if we leave this balance. Yeah, room on both sides. Just need to show something.
Mm-hmm.
See, RTY slight little lower low, but much more of a flagging pattern here. See if it catches. It's on value low.
Yeah, they're definitely trying. I mean, there's no argument there. You just need to see them like actually show the ability to develop below 50. It's like 47.50 is just where they're getting absorbed. The issue is like there's no active bid that's stepping in above that 60, 62, 64. So it's really just a break of either side. Watching POC here, this 55 previous candle and our value low, right? Like we need someone to step out of the way, or like this is just going to remain a rotation between 47 and 62. Like to me, this looks like a long, but like you have the ability to get stopped out here is so high. That's the problem. Is like if you're not willing to just take a couple of paper cuts trying this, like this is your risk right now, and we're looking for a rotation up to here based off of this low that was just happened. But like if we can't show any interest over 62, like you're kind of shit out of luck. Like it's, but with that last little absorption here and then this sweep up, like this is now what you're watching for is your risk. But like let's say this holds offer and then we step below this 47, like this will go down then. Because then we'll have this buyer failing and then that offer at the low will double down would be my guess. So to me, like this now looks like our risk on both sides.
Well, by the way, Sig, I have 2 more episodes of Andor left.
Yeah, you like
2
it?
more. Yeah. I think the second season is much better than the first.
I think it's like the mid the second half of the second season is really really good. I think the first half of it's a little slow,
Yeah.
but if you can like power through it, it's so good.
Wow, once they like got to Gorman, I was like, this is how the entire season should have been. Like in terms of like pacing and then
Yeah,
like
yeah.
with the sun, it's like it. I also have this weird issue. I think it's my TV because it's like a Dolby Atmos sound thing where the dialogue is like almost inaudibly quiet and the sound effects are like ear explodingly loud. So I play this game the entire time of like just holding the remote and changing the volume around depending on the scene.
It sounds really annoying.
Like the TV's like trying to like find the right sound settings like automatically, but it just can't. But I think it's pretty good. I
Yeah.
really enjoy. I like this about like the Boba Fett stuff where, but not so much. But it's like a Star Wars story that isn't about the Jedi,
Yeah, yeah.
and I like that.
Just like takes place in the world. It's so okay, so like the way to do it is once you finish it, you immediately and go watch
The movie.
yeah, the movie right
Yeah.
after.
Okay.
The movie is so much better after you finish Andor. They did such a good job as like that is a prequel to the movie.
I will do that. Because I know I've watched like almost all of that stuff, but I just don't remember it. Like even when I logged in my Disney, like I had watched season 1, but I had like no recollection of it whatsoever.
Oh yeah, it's been so long.
I had no idea I watched it. Just the speaker level. So there's stuff. Well, it's one of those things, Kels, where like, the settings I have work really well for almost everything, but there's just some like weird things that it doesn't. So it's like, do I want to do that for the one show? You know what I mean? Because then what would have to happen is for when we watch like Andor at dinner, I would have to change it, and then I'd have to switch it back for everything else. And yeah, so I just play my video game of change the volume from 20 to 26 every 7 seconds.
We're really gonna sit here. That's crazy. Ugh. I'm literally just waiting for MOC to wick someone out and then squeeze us in a direction. Offer attempting here again. Your guess is we break down in the last 15 minutes to new lows. There's a lot of potential for it. I think what's pretty likely to happen here is we stop out all the longs attempting here at 45 to 50. We look for liquidity in 30s, and then we break over 900. That's my guess. If we continue to sit here, is that this is pretty likely to happen. So we do one of these. But we'll see. If this continues to hold, then there's no change, but we got to be careful of this POC here at 20 to 30. So I think there's potentially some liquidity resting there. Just waiting for us to get out of this really tight range. But if we get below that, yeah, definitely new lows. And then we look for like 750 for sure. Like if we show any interest below 820, 830 and we don't see a bid step in, then the short makes a lot of sense to me to like 750, 760. But if we show like any absorption into 730 and then pop back over, I think upside is, it'll be a reversion trade to VWAP on the 15. Just give it a minute to play.
White House official says tariffs won't stack. So again, White House official says tariffs won't stack.
No stacking.
We had some buyers absorbed into 63, offer now at 52. So your risk is the 63 to 52 for the offer to lower if you're looking for downside. $52, 63. I'll watch for this on a retest. New 15's opening now. Just watching this 53 to 63, see if offer holds this on a new 15 or if we flip back above. You really want sell to be sitting here. If it doesn't and we pop over, I think that might be enough to have trapped. We'll see. There's very clearly someone. I'm liking this interaction quite a bit more than all of the previous ones we've had so far in this area. See what they do here. Like, I think if like the bid actually steps over on this attempt, upside is pretty likely. Just watching this 50. Need to get back below it for the offer. This is probably way too bright. Very curious to see what happens here with this POC hold so far. Bid at 50 still. If we flip below it and this offer holds, then I think that this idea is going to play. So far holding that absorption. Let's see if this offer can step. First look below. Dude, what is this? It's 2 minutes till MOC. MOC 1 minute. Expect big volatility. I'm looking for indoor MOC, a dip into 820, 830, and then an immediate look back over 60s
1
for
minute
an
going out
upside
to the
trade.
market on close imbalance data.
Or our offer holding here and a push below this 20 to 30 and offer down will be a continuation for a move down to 750. So I'm watching one of these pivots. Either this like becomes a very clear offer and rotation down, or this move, or we'll look for liquidity here and then step over, squeezing all of these shorts that are loading here on a look back over 60s from a bid at the 720, 730. So we'll see what happens. It's way too tight here to want to interact into MOC.
10 seconds. Market on closing balance: S&P 500 buy side 2.3 billion, Nasdaq 100 buy side 1.2 billion, Dow 30 buy side 704 million, Mag 7 buy side 811 million.
See what they do. We get over this, I think it's up. I want to see a very clear acceptance here. How is this not enough fuel to go up? What are we doing?
Decent take there on ES off the offer, but it's still active.
As long as this is holding, I want reversion to VWAP. If this fails, though, that's insane. Holy. I just took off my first contracts here into 890. I'm looking for a bit more. 63 average. What a terrible last hour.
Yeah. That rotation off the lows was good after the reclaim, but then
Yeah.
it just died.
My stop is just sitting break even. I can't be bothered.
So just a reminder, at the top of the hour, Trump is expected to be signing executive orders about extending the tariff deadline. Still can't find any live video for it. It is closed press. We probably won't do, but if we do get one, we'll pop it out for you in the feed as soon as we can.
Last minute and a half. What a Monday back. Alright, guys. I'll save my comments for class. So, I don't got much for you here. I go eat some food and I'll see everybody in 30 minutes. If you wish to join. Right, I'm gonna go eat. I will be back. Goodbye.
Peace. That sucks, man. I could have played that better. I mean, our idea was good. Just did not expect us to chop that much. My bad. Could have probably read that a little bit better. The pop back over 63 is what we were looking for, but the chop for the last hour was rough. We're still just holding this absorption here from the last attempt. I mean, I really do not see anything for short side unless you're playing off of that 90 to 900 above, that 890, 900, or a move back down to 60, right? Or a rotation from a hold of our 40, 50 and then into 20. But like the liquidity potential there at 20 to 30 is just so damn high. It just doesn't feel like a great shorting opportunity here. The reason why I was interested in this last attempt of like, this is either going to invalidate, sorry, the reason why we care about this last attempt over 63 and why a long to me made more sense there is like, we've got two pockets of liquidity. We've got this guy here that I'm very interested in still at our 20 to 30. But then we had the seller who stepped down and trapped a buyer here at 330 on this candle. And I was interested to see if we were going to be able to use this as our offer to step down and then rotate below this low at 40s. As soon as we see this failure and then we see the bid then step over and start to absorb the seller here over this guy, to me that was an interest for this rotation up to our 900. It's such a bad area though. This area was really rough. Very disappointing. I think it's a bit easier to see what I'm talking about on Trade Evade's footprint. Here, let me show you what I'm talking about here. All right, this is what we see. This is what I was looking at as our potential trap. This is when I thought sell side had a real chance to push us down. And this is when I put that that offer here, this pivot. It's like, because this is either going to hold as our resistance, and we're going to rotate down to this liquidity here at our 20 to 30, right? Where we saw the bid step over this seller, which allowed for this upside move. So to me, we had two options. We had a potential short here, playing off of this for a downside move to this liquidity here. Right? Playing off of this absorbed buyer. It's a passive seller who's taken in size, and then the offer stepping down here. So to me, this is now something that I'm interested in a lot more than this area before. Right before, it's just two-sided trading between this on this node. What I care about now is how we interact here, and this is why it became an incredibly important pivot for me between this this 50 to 63, which is why we called it this. So what we were looking for is either this to hold and then make that lower high for this rotation down, or a very clear step over this, because as soon as we step over, we're now having the ability for this buyer
to take in these lots and then rotate us up, right? So that's why it's like it's our auction pivot. It has to be. Because if we step over this guy, the potential to rotate up is incredibly high here. So as soon as we see that step in, I'm now paying attention to how we interact in our new 15-minute candle. And what we see is they take in at the lows, right? And then we step over. And as soon as we start to step over and show interest, this is now where I'm actively looking to try. Because now we have our risk, which is this 50 to 63 is like, I'm now looking for that bid to take in these lots here, which we're seeing, which allows for an upside move. And it's just the same sellers before. And like we know that there's a ton of selling that's happening here into this 890 to 900. So it has to be our first risk off. But like it's just playing around. This then becomes our rotation up. And then we're looking for a rotation into this 900. That's how I was viewing it. And then I was just looking for us to find liquidity here potentially if we got the dip into MOC. Just to line up with the 15 of what we were watching. So this was this setup, looking for a lower high for a dip into here, or the bid, and then rotation up off of this. And that's what's on with our pivot here. Just playing off of those two areas on footprint. But God, was it choppy. Hopefully tomorrow's better, man. This was pretty gross. I'm going to do some review tonight and then see if I can find anything that I missed on the day, but I don't think any of my ideas were bad. It's just we need to be willing to leave trades for break even on loss of momentum a lot quicker. And then just wait for it to
Let's take a look at the
actually
market wrap for the US session.
break
Stocks
and
fell from
hold.
all-time highs and the dollar rose after Trump began revealing his tariff plans, with the US imposing levies on nations such as Japan, South Korea, and South Africa beginning in August, causing a sell-off in their currencies. The S&P 500 fell about 1%, with mega caps leading the way, while Tesla fell nearly 7% after Musk announced the formation of a political party, raising concerns about the company's future. Treasuries fell, with longer-dated bonds underperforming, and emerging markets were hit as Trump threatened to impose additional tariffs on nations aligned with the anti-American politics of the BRICS. Trump unveiled the first of a series of promise letters threatening to impose higher tariffs on key trading partners, including 25% levies on goods from Japan and South Korea. He also announced 25% tariffs on Malaysia and Kazakhstan, 30% on South Africa, and 40% on Laos and Myanmar. According to White House Press Secretary Leavitt, approximately a dozen nations will receive direct notifications from the president on Monday regarding his tariffs. Additional letters will be sent in the coming days, is what she said. The European Union does not expect to receive a letter setting tariff rates today, according to a person familiar with the discussions who spoke on the conditions of anonymity. The EU hopes to reach a preliminary deal with the US this week, allowing it to lock in a 10% tariff rate beyond the August 1st deadline while they negotiate a permanent agreement. Meanwhile, Besant told CNBC that he planned to meet with Chinese counterpart in the coming weeks.
Is it really doing every letter? That's crazy.
According to AP News, the US malls opening public land in western states to coal sales. Further from the AP article, then, federal officials on Monday took a first step toward reopening vast areas of public lands in 2 western states to new coal sales as part of Trump's push to expand US fossil fuel production. The Interior Department proposals comes after the Biden administration, citing climate change, tried to end sales of the fuel from the nation's most productive coal fields, the the Powder River Basin in northwestern Wyoming and southeastern Montana. So the Trump administration is instead considering selling leases for coal mining on more than 2,600 square miles or 6,800 kilometers of federal lands in the region, according to documents released by officials.
Hmm.
We have posted out the article from AP News again. The Trump administration weighs new coal sales from public lands in Montana and Wyoming.
All right, those are my levels for overnight. Should be good. Make sure that's right. Not close enough. All right, that should be good enough. We'll see how that works overnight. I'll see you all tomorrow.